Hey, welcome back. Getting ready to rock and roll. Gotta figure out who's gonna get this spear right here. Ending your turning cover will grant you ambushing. That is pretty cool. So that's a pike. That's a spear. So for example, I can use the spear and give this dagger to someone else. I lose the backstab, I lose the disarm. All I get is thrust, which applies bleeding. But it may not be a bad thing because, well, I have this nonsense, but so I would lose these three skills. I would get the thrust, and then I'd have basically two regular stabs. But the key thing that's going through my mind is I have like the sneak attack and those other skills, so I don't end up using these very often anyways, but the disarm it's legit. The thing that I don't like is see how that one is minus 100% critical chance. Alright, let's keep evaluating. So like that's a dagger that does similar things. Backstab 1, 2, slice and dice, swift strike. Yes, we already gave a spear to this one, and we don't even use them. Killing a character on the ground heals you. Now that would be awesome for Bestia, because he has that kill on the ground ability. It's an interesting idea. Reduce morale by 20. Alright. So very interesting. I only bring in my normal ones.
Has there been no improvement?
She's only getting worse. And it's too dangerous to leave the city for medicine.
I shall sacrifice
Peace negotiations?
tonight.
What a ridiculous notion.
Just look at them. There's no peace with people like that.
Consider yourselves lucky you're here under the King's protection.
This will be a day to remember. A most auspicious day, as foretold by the Three. With help of this great Roman general, we finally reach an understanding and turn this most unfortunate conflict into an opportunity for our people. Let us now sign this treaty and begin this new era. No longer will we live our lives in fear. I believe my friend would like to say a few words to commemorate this occasion. A beautiful sentiment, and I hope it will do so. Let us drink to our...
Death to the traitors!
Finally, this tedious charade was starting to wear on me.
It was. It was indeed. Okay, we got a bunch there. Yep, we are more than ready. This is going to be mop up duty here.
Having trouble, friend?
Okay. So they did go after Cineros, of course. We didn't think twice.
I'm covering this area.
Stay vigilant! The enemy attack will come!
I'll hold this angle.
This is it! Just one more!
My people have picked up the trail. Go find their hideout and deal with them.
I shall, mister. Thank you.
They went through that door straight ahead. Good luck.
Stop right there! You! I don't recognize you. Mind your footwork, son!
closer. I'll shoot as soon as I see them. I'm covering this area.
I'll hold this angle.
Gets them every time.
That stunk. That also stuck. Can't get up there without getting hit. Oh, come on.
That's the last of them. Truly.
Please follow my finger. Yes, you'll be all right.
Mars, take you all!
Salve, Felix. How are you today?
Thank you for asking, Aquilinus. I would describe myself as amused.
You despicable snake!
Careful, Kenturio. He looks fragile.
I don't care! I will break his face gladly.
Do what you want. You have achieved nothing. I am but an instrument to death's will. Besides, who's going to believe you, Legate? What do I get in return? Put yourself in my place for a moment. It doesn't matter if my actions were justified. The Senate will crucify me for what I've done. And if I don't cooperate, what? Will you kill me? Seems like a lose-lose situation to me.
An interesting conundrum indeed. However, if you intend to not testify at all, keeping you alive is a useless action. In fact, one advantage of killing you would be to experience the relief of revenge achieved, however temporarily.
What?
He's threatening you. Politely.
Is that all you can offer me? Threats? So you do recognize my skills? Huh. Very well. I agree. But I will choose the people I want to work with. What do you want to know? Irrelevant. They were mercenaries. I hired them on Consul Vitellius's behalf. You are so obsessed with your family and your own career. You can't see the big picture. Take a step back. We did not risk a war with Gaul. The war was the goal. Don't get me wrong. The consul hoped your death would start the war. Unfortunately for him, you are exceptionally good at eluding death. But your survival turned out to be a boon in the grand scheme of things. I may as well tell you that I don't believe Vitellius Lurco could have won this war without you. He isn't specifically trying to destroy your family. Consul Vitellius thinks the constant bickering of senators hurts Rome. What we need is a strong leader who would carry the Republic into a new age. Lurco is that man. Your father was one of the many who disagreed. You, on the other hand, not only survived, but also caused a lot of complications for him. At this point, it is personal. It is quite simple, actually. The consul thinks Rome has grown too complacent, too sluggish. It takes an eternity to reach any decisions in the Senate. And while arrogant senators spend valuable time and resources practicing their art of rhetorics, our glorious republic controls a vast territory. But that also means our enemies are numerous. The moment they band together, Vitellius Lurco is a man of action. He is not afraid to bend the... Unless Rome is in a crisis. That would necessitate the appointment of a dictator. A consul with extraordinary power, whose sole objective is saving Rome. He is a visionary. A selfless man devoted to a singular and brilliant cause. I admire him from afar. I am more of a practical man.
Well done. It is impressive to see your elite Praetorian Guard at work. Now that you have what you need, proving conclusively it wasn't we who attacked your people, I am sure you can take your legions and leave.
Is this what he promised you? He can't do that. He doesn't have the power. Even if he did, there is no way we can retreat. Rome was attacked, and it needs to save face.
I am sure he can find a way. That is not good enough. I shall give you some time to consider your problem. Come up with a way to stop this war, and until then, he will be our esteemed guest. Now, kindly leave my city. For this time, it is your turn to bring me good news.
I don't like either of these.
When you are defeated, pray to your ancestors that I hold more.
After all this, we leave empty-handed. But no matter. We will return, and then we will burn this...
Sorry, I cut her off.
Place to ash and take what we need.
Why stop with Gallia? When we're done with this place, we should conquer Britannia too.
All quiet.
Oof. See, the slaves are just so expensive. I had to spend all 26,000 to get 221 of them.
The consul has had that town completely walled in.
Have you seen it for yourself? Is it true they built 2 walls?
It's true. They feared a Gallic relief army attacking.
The consul has requested that you join him at the siege of Alesia. Legio Ferrata has been erecting fortifications. Of course, Legate. They're not as experienced or disciplined as Weaktrix, but they know how to build a sturdy wall at least. Hopefully our legions will be able to fight more or less independently. Our legionari have no wish to mingle with those Ferrata men. This will surely be the final strike of the campaign. Once Alesia is taken, the Gauls will be broken, and we will return to Rome directly. If you have any more business to attend to here in Gaul, you should get it out of the way first. I have never served with more proud or fierce men. They are eager for conquest and utterly loyal to your command.
That's right.
We're nearly at full strength. We could use a few more recruits to fill the ranks. With a little more experience, I believe Legio Weaktrix will soon be the finest fighting force ever to serve Rome.
I still like that emblem the most. Okay. Off we go.
Need something?
I thought we were going to have the big massive battle last time. Looks like we're having it now. I thought that guy was going to be our friend. Turns out he's not. Just making sure all the quests really are done. They are.
Look at this pathetic excuse for fortifications. How could these barbarians ever hope to stand against the might of Rome?
They may look primitive, Consul, but I assure you, this city's defenses are formidable. We will need to be clever about this.
As Calida says, it's a well-defended city. The walls are quite high and sturdy, and they make good use of natural terrain. It reminds me of Algila in some ways. Legio Ferrata has worked day and night to encircle Alesia with walls and trenches. The aim is to prevent them escaping.
I wonder how we may use this trench to our advantage.
There's a river flowing nearby, so they have access to a nigh infinite source of water. That being said, Vercingetorix has over 6,000 troops garrisoned in Alesia. No city can support that for long.
A prolonged siege is out of the question. 6,000 barbarians stand no chance against our legions. Let's make this a spectacular end to my campaign. Very well. I trust your instincts on this, Legate.
As you command. Legio Victrix will form an elite team to quickly take out the strongest defenders.
But I don't think you should lead this spearhead, Legate. Precisely. Our value as occulta speculatores is far greater than our value in leading from the front. Remember Calcedon? If we can get a team inside the city again while everyone's eyes are on the front gate, think of the mess we could make.
I like this plan. It's bold, and the Gauls will not expect such deception from us. Make it happen.
There's one more problem, Legate. We know the Gauls will come to the aid of their king. Do we have a plan for dealing with their reinforcements? They would have to attack our rear. We could deal with an attack from one side, but Vercingetorix is no fool. He may launch an assault from inside at the same time.
Trapped between two Gallic forces, we may have great difficulties indeed.
Vercingetorix is a good tactician. I sensed it at once. He will not miss that kind of opportunity.
The lesser chieftains who swore fealty to Vercingetorix. I do not expect anything tactically impressive from them, but even a disorganized assault would harm our plans. Details are sketchy. But it looks like the entirety of Gallia is taking up arms to save their king. We can't ignore them.
The trench is deep enough to slow them down, but I doubt it'll stop them. I'm afraid for that, we may need divine intervention.
Or a lot of water.
There's that glint in your eye again. You have a
We're
crazy
gonna use
idea,
cats.
don't you?
Whenever I come up with a brilliant idea, you call it crazy, but I think this will work. We simply lure them in and redirect the river into the trench. The Consul's Legion built a small dam between the trench and the river. That can easily be destroyed.
It would work, and I would love to see it.
They will panic and be routed. Trust me, I have seen this kind of thing before.
You people worry far too much. Put your faith in the impeccable discipline and courage of our Legionari. We will prevail.
Of course, Consul. Whatever the Gauls throw at us, our men will withstand.
Right. Well, many duties await me elsewhere. Good luck to you. I'll see you again on the field of battle.
Blustering fool.
Good. Now that he is gone, we can speak more freely.
Did you notice how eager he was about Khalida's plan? That involves putting ourselves in as much danger as possible?
So it has come to this. We're helping our enemies now.
We are doing our jobs. Vercingetorix left us with no choice.
I'm sure we can find a way to perform our duty and still not help our enemies. I'm pretty sure they'll try to take him out, just like they got rid of Claudius Tranquillus.
Reaching him in the middle of a massive assault on the city, and getting him out alive will be no simple feat.
Doubtful. I believe he simply wants us to stop the attack. That's not something we can do.
I have no problem with that.
Well, I do. They may be serving a villain, but that's simply their duty. Killing a consul's personal guards will be a grave criminal offense. Then I will defend myself.
It would be unfortunate if one of them perishes by our hands. That could give Lurko reason to prosecute us.
So we're all going inside the city. We're going to have a rear guard and a spearhead. Healer, archer. Healer. Heavy. Archer. Heavy. Rogue. Rogue. This is going to be interesting. Like, I haven't used him for anything, but they have good equipment and gear, and we've been trying to give them tactical items. These these two in particular are good. These three are good. These two here and that guy there are the ones we really don't do that much with. But hopefully we'll get a lot of greenies.
All right, everyone. This is
We must breach the gates of Elysia and draw as many of the Gallic forces over here as we can. That way, the Legatus and his speculatores can move safely through the city. And kill the king. Let's go!
Okay, bring 4 of your forces through the gate. The more goals you eliminate, the easier it will be for them to sneak through the city. So we got 4 here. A whole boatload there. And 3 there. There's torches we can pick up. That's a water jug, a medical crate. I can't tell, is this our guys or theirs? That's oil jars. More torches. I don't even think I can go to those 2 places. I can maybe go. Alright, so we gotta figure out what we're gonna do. I think... Therefore I am. I think these 4 are gonna be managed by the greenies. Same with those 3. So I believe our best bet is to just come for the fort. So let's get... Oh, they're even going first. Camera wasn't moving. Didn't have enough movement points to get another hit in. was definitely having a hard time. Oh my gosh, I got catapults too. It's water, medical crate. Let's create a firestorm. That'll force them all to come towards this.
Let's teach them never to mess with Gallia again. This is where we stand and fight!
Okay. Dang it.
Anyone moves in this direction, they die.
May the will of Tutatis invigorate you.
Stay vigilant. The enemy attack will come. Come on, show yourselves. I dare you. Keep pushing forward. For every Gallic warrior we slay, the Spectatores are one step closer to their target.
We're at 9.
You'll be fine. Come on.
Let's protect it together.
Yeah, just glancing. Right, that was actually pretty good.
Let me take a look.
Anyone moves in this direction, I'm ready to loose as soon as I see them.
Alright, we got 11. 12.
Advance!
Stand close and move as one, brethren.
$12. $13.
The blood of Gore soak the soil beneath our feet. We are winning, and they know it.
Sorry, my dog was sitting on my mouse cord. She's a pretty big dog. She likes to she likes to snuggle in as much as possible. Alright, I got him in.
We've done it!
Festus, forgive me. I will run.
Seen through Elysium. Now let us hold this position. Expect Gallic forces to breach our defenses and hit us from behind. Dig in!
This was meant to be a silent approach. They were not supposed to notice us.
If our people failed at the front gate...
It doesn't matter. Those who noticed us are dead.
It seems like they had friends, my Discipule. Thus we remain noticed.
Good.
So we're gonna get all the way to bloody up there. There's 3 guarding each gate. Doesn't look like I can come through the back here, because this looks like an actual way to get there, but I don't think I can do that. So I'm either going along this where there's a whole bunch of people. Ay. This is not good either way. Isn't this where they just... No. Well... Okay, so I'm assuming none of these people have seen us, but these two have, along with these two here.
closer. I'll shoot as soon as I see them.
The exclamation point was there.
Covering this area. Lure them closer.
That was
I'll
easy
shoot
enough.
As soon as I see them.
That was actually quite beautiful. So Velas, two pond looking things, and a heavy. I can't shoot the heavy. I'm assuming the gray pawns are citizens, so I don't need to shoot them. It's her. When she comes back, I'll...
Brace yourselves! They'll be coming for us now!
Yourselves!
Damage is really good. I'm just not gonna be able to get there. Get that one. It gave me another attack. Move as far up as I can.
Why two targes? Why?
I need my sword and shield.
Where are the warriors? Can anyone stop them?
I want to make sure I have as many people ready as possible because I'm going to have a bit of a fight in this next part. So we're going to wait one more turn.
They're headed this way. Run!
Rejoice! Our foes have noticed us. Mars, count the dead.
Alright, so the two heavies are up there. That glancing thing stinks.
You left me no choice.
Alright, that's a militia. Militia.
I'll hold this angle.
Still not enough. Even with the glancing. That's annoying.
And I am gone.
Oh, not there. It's an old injury.
I'm covering this area. These Romans are crazy.
It's insane. He missed again. I thought a guy went invisible. That was why I did that. Interesting.
Lure them closer. I'll shoot as soon as I see them.
There he is.
Find
Jerky
some
jerk.
place to hide. Why two tatters? Why is this happening?
You are mostly fine. Get back into the fight.
Rejoice! Our foes have noticed us. Mars, count the dead.
I'll hold this angle.
That's who I was looking for.
This way.
Find some place to hide. Where are the warriors? Can anyone stop them?
We are crazy, and our sails are the best. Because I'm crazy.
Our foes have noticed us. Mars, count the dead.
Who hasn't moved? Oh, Bestia's all the way back there. Dang it. Dang it, Bestia. You're the reason we're gonna get attacked. I thought I had enough movement points for everybody.
Find some
That's
place
why I
to
charged in.
Find
Dang
some
it.
place to hide.
They're headed this way. Run! Why two tatters? Why headed this way? Run! Find some place to hide.
Why two tatties? What is...
That shit ended as soon as I get right
That's
there.
it? That's all you've got? Is there no one else for me to fight?
Well, that did go as planned, right? More or less.
Legionary, form up! The Gauls are advancing from the rear. We must hold our ground here until the men back there can flood the trench and stop the barbarians.
Just looking around. So they're coming up the hillside. Destroy the 3 beams supporting the dam. I'm assuming there's a different group that does this. Because clearly that is not in my realm here. Alright, so we got an archer. We have some oil jars. I think we should put the archer up there if I can get up there. I don't know if it'll let me. So I'm going to put the archer here. And then the Valus will go right up front. The heavy going to charge out. And you got to stay with the heavy. At least it's not me they're attacking. That was a lot of movement points.
Wait here until they come to us.
Okay, so this guy has 42 health. I can get all the way up here, which is pretty cool. That would hurt my own guy. The problem is I don't have fire. Oh no. I don't have a torch. I don't know if being up here is going to give me better sight advantage. The way sight works in this game, you would think that if you're standing up here you could see everything, but it gets really weird. Whereas right here might be the best, because I have visual and everything. We're going to go for that. Now, I could go up and throw some more oil down. There's no fire, though. I don't know how to get it either. He has a torch. Where are you at? He'll take a hit. Alright, that changes things. Now, I'm gonna go up and pick up an oil jar. Come back down. If that fire spreads in any capacity, they're toast. Oh, I have catapults. Well, that makes it even simpler. Fireball. Now, my question is are they going to be attacking from other directions? Because we don't have that many people coming at us here. I mean, if that's the case, I'm going to lay down as much fire as possible. Make it really hard for them to come in. Like, that has defenses. I don't see him coming from any other direction. And I can't target that far out.
Walls are being overrun. The barbarians seek to reinforce their allies in Alasia.
So where are we at here?
Push forward.
Okay, this is the dam. Well, they're trying to get our catapult there. This doesn't look like they're going to succeed.
The wish
shall win. Stand close and move as one, brethren.
I don't understand. I understand we need to destroy 3 beams, but how do I do that? He's dead. These guys are nowhere near killing 4 of them. Oh, I got 4 guys over there. I see them.
I'll hold this area. Just watch my back. I've got this direction covered. Fall in, advance.
Oh my goodness, I got catapults here too. Well, I can't target this area. I see. They're not gonna hit this bridge. We're gonna put fire everywhere. Okay, so our 4 guys are here. We didn't really have a say in where to start. So what are we doing? We have to destroy those 3 things. So this is an archer. You can get him all the way up to here. There's some oil jars. Man, they started me so far back. So I'm thinking if I put some oil, this stuff would burn pretty well. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I can't get up to him quick enough.
This day, stand fast. Victory will be ours.
That's what I was looking for. Yeah, you're screwed, pal.
If anyone moves, they get an arrow. Why don't you
Supposed to shred him. We'll try getting up here, see what this does. I should have grabbed a wheel jar along the way. The fire is the most effective thing. Because if they're all coming in from here, we basically just make them walk through an inferno.
Let's protect it together. Let's teach them never to mess with Gallia again. Move as one, brethren.
I'm assuming... Oh, yep. I'm assuming that catapult that was destroyed is one of the ones that was putting the fire on the other side. See, that's the weird part, because I can't target inside of here. So yeah, they made it across the bridge. All I can do is just pepper the area out of hopes that they don't spend any more across the bridge. I got one more. Alright, and then we got our guys. Alright, so I have a Valus. I'm going to move him all the way up to there. Get some more on fire. can't move anymore. Fine, I'll throw my oil there. That's all I got.
Dead before that trench is flooded. But by Mars, I will take all these barbarians with me to Tatar.
Fool! Focus! We'll sort this out afterwards!
They're running out in the fire.
Save your arrows until you see the whites in their eyes!
So you can't even see the target because he's just too. Just back away from the fire. I don't have to do anything at this point. I'm just waiting. I have another action with this guy. So being up there doesn't do me any good. I will come over to here then. I still can't see him. Well, then that means I'm doing this. Oh, they're burning their own people.
Let's protect it together. Let's teach them never to mess with Gallia again.
Ooh, I hope that catapult gets them good. I'm good. The pattern is the next group comes out over here, and by the time these ones land, these guys are going to be long gone. So that's my thought, at least. Alright, so I think we're making progress here. I did not want to do that. Jerk. I did want to do that. Thing is I don't want to get stuck next to this guy. So yes, I do want to come this way.
More where that came from.
Yeah, so I just need another turn.
Doomed, I say.
I need us.
You'll be fine.
I mean, they're not even coming close to... And he even hit that guy way down there.
I may be in a bit of trouble. Come on, get up.
Yeah, that's awesome. I honestly don't think anyone's coming, but if they are, it's going to be here.
Can't be human. I can't die. Not here.
Yeah, those guys are in a little bit of trouble there.
Follow your leader, and we shall win.
Definitely a lot of guys. I guess he's good and dead now. Yeah, they never showed up. No reinforcements. It didn't matter where I pointed these suckers. I'm pretty darn sure, yeah, I can't go after those. Can't go there. I can't even target in the trench. So again, it's just blind. You know, maybe they'll show up here. Maybe they'll show up there.
Victory! The enemy's path into Alasia is cut off. Well fought, my brothers. Let's hope we weren't too late.
Done it! The trenches are flooded. Let's finish off the rest of these barbarians and push them back. Roma in Victa! Their ranks are breaking. Give chase for Rome. The city will be ours.
Eliminate all enemies. They're gone. There wasn't even a phase.
We're too late. That's Lurco's Praetorian Guard. They will kill Felix Hadrianus.
We must hurry. He is our prisoner.
Or we can sit back and wait for them to kill each other.
Remember, Bestia, we don't want all of them to die.
Right.
Come on, Bestia. You know you want to go in and kill everybody. Alright. Felix Hadrianus must survive. That's him. Defeat Marcellus. Defeat Hortensius. Or stay hidden from the fight. Well, my question is, obviously, he's got, that's, what's his name, Verkinda, whatever, the King of Kings. I'm assuming those two are going to clash, and if anything, we want to at least wait until they're clashing before we get involved. Last thing I want to do is charge out, start attacking these guys, and then these guys have free roam. And then we're a little injured. So, we're going to put our heavies and Bestia there. Yeah, that's good. Alright, I need to pause real quick. Okay, so we're going to start with this. I am very likely going to let them attack each other for at least a little bit. There are torches there. And I also noticed I do need some healing with these two. So maybe we'll spend the first round doing some bandages. And I'm thinking I want to charge out this way. Well, the good news, they go first. Oh yeah, that's no good. They're going straight for him.
Follow me for Rome!
You only see me if I want you to.
They're all red. I mean, it's like really hard to tell the difference between them. I guess because it doesn't matter. Okay. Target must have lost health or bleeding. Oh. It looks like we lost health, but we didn't. Look, she's at 24 of 24. She's been burned. And so is he. What the heck? Oh, she needs to be cured?
Help a girl out!
Well, that's weird. I should have done it with him, but that's alright. I feel like I shouldn't wait.
Salvetti Lagrera. Unfortunately, I have no time to make sure you survive this.
We are more than capable of surviving without your help.
What's going on?
I disagree, Barbarian. In a battle like this, there are no guarantees. Even a warrior as skilled as you might simply perish by cruel misfortune.
Indeed. I sense a great opportunity in this, Hortensius. Let us kill them all and finally be done with it.
We should wait for Corwin's.
We've waited long enough. I'm eager to settle this score.
Yeah, I was trying to move. Yeah, we'll get a heavy there. I guess I'm stuck. We'll move that forward. That way the two heavies is protecting against as much of them as possible. I know I can attack these people, but I would rather pick up the torch. Oh, I forgot I can cure myself.
May I request some help, please?
It's all right. You're going to live.
And then we can... That's a druid. Archer. Skirmisher, Medicus. One second. Okay, I am back. And I could start throwing poison and... I mean, it doesn't take that much to... Like a poison right there would actually be pretty effective. Because those are my jerks. I don't like any of those three. Yeah, that's what I shall do. And then I believe there is somebody who's trying to be invisible here. That covers all of our bases. So he's burned and he's poisoned.
ready to loose as soon as I see them.
Minus 20 morale could be a bit devastating.
I've got this direction covered.
There was that invisible guy. Ugh, the fire's getting close to the guy we don't want to see die. Alright, I'm gonna get shot by somebody. That's all I was able to do with those two. Can I shoot across the middle table? I guess not. Even though I have the range. Yeah, I'm gonna get shot no matter what I do, but this guy at least has a shield. Ah, it's that jerk back there. Ah, this person defended him. Yeah, I can finish you off. Totally happy to do that. And then this archer guy here is annoying, so we're going to send Bestia over. And... cheap shot. Dodge. Shivy shiv. Nice critical hit. I don't want to get too close to him. No, I do, because I can disarm him. Actually, no, because his shield blocked me. Well, that was not a good play, but I do have dodge on, so hopefully I'm okay there. Okay.
I almost felt that.
That guy is being stubborn for sure.
I still got it.
That was quite brutal. Oh, our guy is burning, so it might behoove me to save him. I don't have the person who can get there to save him, though.
did
standing.
hurt a bit.
Yeah, I'm in trouble again. That'll save me. Nope, it did not. Alright, and then I have my own... I mean, I could run through the fire and save him. Ay, ay, ay.
Oh, only one remains. This was easy.
Target must be friendly. He's not. So I did all that for nothing. So I'll just cure myself.
My lands. I can blend right in.
Looks like he moved in this area. Yeah, okay. Good thing I have enough health. Jeez Louise. Alright. First thing we gotta do... spot some stuff. So wherever that guy went, he's not in either of those...
This is how it ends. Totatus. Why?
Down you go. Cannot see target. Come on. Glancing. Glancing again. Come on. And I can't hit him because that thing is in the way.
That's the last of them. And Felix Hadrianus is safe. Well
Barely.
done, Legate. Your plan worked.
Barely.
We finally have evidence against Lurko.
Let's return to political matters once the fighting has died down. I have no doubt the city will belong to Wictrix within the hour.
That was fun. All the missions were good.
I thought I understood the Romans. I believed your greatest strength was that you always stand together, never fighting amongst each other as we do. But I was wrong. You've killed your own people, and yet you have still defeated me. Finish me then. Let me die with honor.
It is customary for vanquished kings to be taken through the streets in the triumph of a victorious imperator and strangled in public.
He fought bravely. He deserved neither disgrace nor humiliation, but a warrior's death.
I agree with that. Kill him now. It will be dignified.
He's no threat anymore. Even if he wanted to take up arms against Rome again, no one will follow him after this.
Let him be a sort of Gallic Cincinnatus, returning to his farm after serving his people, albeit not as successfully.
Okay. I wasn't inclined to kill him because I always thought he was a friend. He got a little strange here towards the end. So, I can do one of these, but we're gonna make it so... Yeah, we're doing this.
I was a king, and now I am a service. To think this may have always been my destiny.
It is.
Victory! The Gauls are surrendering!
Ha! That was easy.
We've killed 2 Roman officers. That's not good at all.
I'm impressed. It seems Lurko continues to underestimate you. You do have exactly what you need now. Me.
I don't like
But
this
I
guy.
wonder how the Senate will react to the circumstances of my capture.
He's right. We need to be on our way to Rome as soon as possible. Let us not give Lurko time to retaliate.
Our way, Legate,
Here
and
we are
the
again.
victorious legion. Few legions have earned their names as thoroughly as yours. It is good to see you again. Legio Ferrata arrived and was disbanded a week ago. I trust by now you know the procedure.
Oh. I know the game's encouraging me to break this rule. It seems like if I break this rule, then everything that Rome stands for breaks with it. And I'm no better than the other person.
Clarity of vision. A commendable but easily you have to discuss certain things with your companion.
Alright, well, first things first. Let's level up. Oh, look at this. We got his sword. Upon killing any enemy, you turn another random enemy into an ally for 1 turn. And there's all kinds of skills with this one. And it's got the beautiful shield defensive strike. Overpower is okay. Swipe is okay. Sword charge, okay. Trample. And the Mask of Marcellus. Doubles the effect of the Frighten skill. Yeah, I don't really use the Frighten skill, that's the problem. But it is what it is, and we got what we got. More goodies. So what do I take? Stunned, stuck, or knocked down restores 10% health. The thing is those 3 states are really hard. People aren't knocked down very often. I don't care about weakened. I guess I'll take the poison. the same issue here. I mean, we do have this quick lunge. I guess for... Yeah, I took reckless. Sure, we'll do that. I mean, this doesn't suck. Otherwise, I'm going down a brawler path, which... I mean, that's good no matter what. To get 2 more movement points after you kill somebody. I mean, he definitely does that. Alright, what does she want to do? Double the movement for the first 2 turns. I don't think that stinks. Let's do that. There's the Frighten skill. So if we want to give her that helmet, sure, we'll take it. That's right. I think the quick lunge is worth it. Boost that revive. He has the Frighten skill too. Yeah, that was a lot of leveling up. Okay. I feel like I should save it. So I can see what happens if I go in ignoring the order. Let's do that. Choose... or here. Crossing river. And I can see what both things do.
Tell me, why do we not just march whole legion into Rome and push Lurko off throne? It has special chair for man in charge, does it not? Call it what you will. I am not bloodthirsty. I hope you know this by now. But when it is necessary to fight, you must fight. Rome is not as I had hoped before I saw it with my own eyes. There is so much squalor and suffering. In Wild, it is possible for man to have dignity, even in poverty. In city, this is not so.
I don't know if I should be taking advice from a Russian nomad on Rome politics. But her observation is fair.
Change is nothing to be feared. Sometimes it brings improvement, sometimes destruction. But status quo is so destructive already. Anyway, I don't think I will stay here after we are done. It's time for me to face my past and move on.
This is a bad idea. Last time I saw Lurko, he was angry, but he was not in a panic. There's another trick up his sleeve. I'm certain of it. There is always a way. The years I've spent with you taught me that over and over again. It's what I would do. Lurko is a dangerous foe because he knows exactly when to lie and when to tell the truth. He will tell the Senate that we have murdered his entire Praetorian Guard. You know that's not a lie. I am no politician, but as far as I can tell, the difference between a patriot and a traitor is rather blurry in this. I'm good at killing people, and you somehow keep attracting people in need of killing. What I've done for you still seems less than what you've done for me.
We are at the end now. I think we have enough evidence to get that bastard exiled forever. We will stride into the Pomerium as civilians once more, with pride in our eyes. They will certainly take some convincing. It is unfortunate that we had to kill a few Praetorians. But let us not forget the fact that they were criminals. What do you mean? Walk into Rome with swords in our hands? That would make us look like villains. Being a villain is quite easy. Those who make
I agree with
difficult
him.
choices are
I feel like
remembered as
if I
heroes.
march in with the sword, anything Lurko said about me, people are going to think is true.
There is one way to know. That is not an option. We'll need to make sure everyone understands what happened. We cannot... It's been a pleasure, genuinely. You all...
Domine? Your frustration is natural, but I think the personal stakes involved cloud your mind. Surely you have solved more difficult riddles in your life. Know that we have done all we can. It is time to cast the die and see how it lands. I am no advocate, but when it comes to evidence, I doubt we can get more or better.
I honestly think the guy that we saved is going to turn on us. He's going to go up there and be a witness and say the opposite of what is the truth.
Most certainly. Taking any action is better than doing nothing. You should know this by now. If you think I've been following you because I'm your Zeus, you're still a child in mind. I've been free for a long time now.
Thank you, mister.
We should move. Ask yourself, what is my enemy doing right now? He who is on the offensive always has the advantage. To prepare for a defense, you must start defending early. I am not wrong. I am not in your place.
For that I'm
and
happy.
For that I am happy. Sometimes I do dream of being someone else. Someone other than you. Your life is difficult.
Yeah, he
Old
has.
Cineros says being free is not a legal status, but a state of mind. I earned my freedom before we met. But it was you who taught me to be truly free. For that, I'm thankful.
You're alright, Bessia. Okay. Off we go.
Shall we store your weapons at the villa, as usual?
I am not going to refrain. We're going to...
Are you sure? What makes you think you can win a battle of words against Lurko?
Certainly. But keep in mind, he has enough evidence to condemn all... Are you ready to pay that price?
You would question our resolve. Of course we will.
Slow down. What if I don't want...
Does that mean you will not come with?
All I'm saying is I would like to at least...
We have faced many battles together. But
There is no need for this kind of doom and gloom.
This is the right thing to do.
Of course I am.
It seems you have reached a decision. Very well. For a moment I had my doubts about...
Right. Let's go...
Oh, we could have done it. It's, I think there's even an achievement for doing it. Act 4. Holy crap. This is a big game. I don't think there's like another area you have
Remember
to conquer,
what
though. I think
Domina
Act
used to
4 is all
say?
here.
An empty stomach breeds an empty mind. And you will need your mind. Our upcoming battle cannot be won with a blade. Believe it or not, your mother was my first instructor in this discipline. I guess she was better at teaching than doing. Let me taste it as usual, just in case.
In case what, old man? Surely you didn't poison your own food and then forget it.
Let an old man keep his habits, Kenturio. What will you do after everything is said and done?
Oh, what will I do? Yes, that's what I want to do.
The process is not over yet. In fact, I believe this is the most difficult.
Kikero and I will meet you in the Senate tomorrow morning to prepare for the trial.
Speak as if your life depends on it.
Speaking of that trial,
It's so good to see you again. And looking well. I've been well. The children are growing so fast, you probably won't even recognize them.
having children has completely changed my perspective. It's incredible how your priorities shift.
Tiberius would like to tell you about something important.
Indeed. I would like to testify on your behalf tomorrow, at the trial, against my brother.
Take my word for it. Tiberius is the father of your niece and your nephew. He has changed so much over the years.
It has been quite
I
a
know
few
I've done
years.
nothing to earn your trust. Please give me this chance to begin that process.
If you allow me to comment, your testimony will be an incredible boon for our trial tomorrow.
It would.
Thank you.
That it would.
My path to atonement will be a long one, but this will be a big first step on the way.
We must return home before Lurko catches wind who we are visiting.
I'll see you tomorrow at the trial. Good luck.
All right. All right, all right, all right.
You should get some rest. Tomorrow's trial will require... Those who try to predict the future will only make a laughing stock
That's true.
of themselves. Those who are prepared for all eventualities win in the end. It was not only my duty, but my pleasure as well. Your father made me promise to take care of you. Looking at you now, I can only feel pride.
All right, Kaiso.
It is a good day, my friend.
We need to bring back these lounging things. Like, you're with company and everybody's just like laying down.
I've been thinking. You've done the right thing by not crossing the Rubicon with the Legion. It's the right choice. You'll see. Callida was a bit preoccupied. She's concerned about Corvinus. You know that sneaky bastard is still unaccounted for. Kikero is probably the best advocate in the Republic, and he's the consul. But what do I know? I'm just a soldier. I hope you're right.
What's on your mind? Your cause is just, and I believe we can convince the Senate. However, our opponent is devious. That worries me.
Like, this is a dumb question. Who talks like this? I take it back. There's a lot of dumb people that do.
If it were not, our republic would be doomed. Those with the greatest power must be under the most exacting scrutiny.
That is true.
But to answer the question in the spirit I think it was asked, we have Kikero on our side, the second consul. This sort of situation is precisely why there are two.
All right, enough. Enough of that. The whole house is spun around differently than I'm used to. This is where I wanted to go. Right here. That's right. All of our... We're unarmed again. All right.
We will have order in the Senate now. Debating the clarity of the augury will not be productive. The consul himself stands accused. Nothing could be of higher importance. Any other relationes shall be set aside. The result of this relatio again shall be decided per discussionem, and before the sun sets. You may continue, consul, but please refrain from delving deeper into matters completely unrelated to our discussion.
Naturally. May I restate the necessity of using my actual title, Dictator, instead of Consul? Do you even know what Dictator in Perpetuo means?
The legatus has a point. Your title was granted for a limited time in order to solve a crisis. Even though the time has not passed, we can certainly say the crisis exists no more.
I beg to differ. The crisis has evidently not passed. It has merely changed context. Allow my colleague Senator Antonius to display with clarity how unprecedented and absurd this relatio is.
Dear Senators, first let us consider the source and the spirit of the regulation that allows us to appoint a consul to the position of dictator.
Yeah, they're wasting time.
And yet, despite all this, we somehow ended up here accusing the very man who was tasked with the prevention of this crisis.
Thank you, Senator, for this detailed and above all long explanation of something we all knew. Our memories have been thoroughly refreshed. If that will be all, we will finally discuss the evidence presented against the consul. Let us consider the events leading to the capture of Marcus Aurelius Cotta. Is it true that you were collaborating with Mithridates Megas?
Rumors. Nothing but rumors. Maliciously circulated by my enemies, the enemies of the state. I hope you remember that there was absolutely nothing to suggest those rumors had any basis in fact. My fellow consul, honorable senators, are we here to gossip like housewives or to discuss proper matters of state?
Indeed. And I do believe I have credibility here. You. I know you must be surprised. And I'm sure when I give a detailed account of your business relationships with Mithridates, our fellow senators will be equally surprised.
I always knew you were jealous of me, Tiberius. But I never thought you'd be foolish enough to testify against me in this manufactured case. If the Senate finds me guilty, you will receive the same sentence.
I do not intend to. I deserve to burn, and so do you, brother. Consul, senators, Romans, let me tell you a story about Mithridates Megas and my brother.
Ooh. Juicy.
Illuminating.
Are you truly illuminated by a madman's ravings? Tiberius may be my brother, but his envy of my position is well known. He hardly qualifies as an impartial witness.
Can any witness be truly impartial? Shall we perhaps talk about the infamous invasion of Egypt?
Infamous is the correct word for it. The Legatus ignited a war in a land that was already a province of Rome. He brought chaos and terror to Africa.
The way I see it, he installed law and order, and saw to it that the rightful queen of the people now sits on the throne.
I must protest. This is highly unusual, having a foreign ruler comment on our internal affairs. And I suppose we have to take you on your word for that accusation too.
Of course not, because that's where I come in.
We're listening, Queen Cleopatra.
Of course you are. Now I shall tell you how your dictator redirected taxes paid by our people into his coffers, and how he managed to get both his accountant and proconsul murdered in the process.
A few hours later.
A chilling account, Your Majesty. Thank you for your testimony.
Once more, I must direct your attention to the utter lack of credible witnesses. Neither this legendary ledger nor the fictional accountant who wrote it are anywhere to be seen.
Then explain your presence in Alexandria at the time of the battle. Why would Ptolemy, who at the time was waging war against Rome, be on friendly terms with you?
I was trying to clean up the diplomatic mess created by your legatus.
Interesting how you just tried to cast the legatus as a foe. He was, of course, serving Rome at the time, and his campaign was declared bellum justum et pium by the Fetiales. Let us end by discussing the recent campaign against the barbarians of Gallia. You did kill members of the dictator's Praetorian Guard, didn't you, Legate?
Rightfully so. I only regret not doing it myself. It was they who attacked the Legatus. They were slain in self-defense.
Will we listen to prisoners now? This man is a barbarian. He will say anything to save his absolute. Gallia belongs to Rome.
That is correct. He is not the king of anything. That doesn't mean he will not tell the truth. We're listening to you, fallen king.
Then I shall tell you how this man started a war between Rome and Gallia purely to make himself your ruler.
So you accuse the consul of Rome of falsifying a cause for war?
My people had no intention of attacking Rome. I had everything under control, until he came. So much blood was spilled for the ambitions of one man.
Thank you for your contribution, fallen king. Lictors, return him to the dungeon.
I see Senator Antonius has something to add.
Oh, right. I thank you for this opportunity to talk about the history of foreign leaders being represented at the Senate. First of all...
Once again, thank you for your detailed explanation of this important issue, Senator. Shall we finally proceed to decide now?
We certainly shall not. The sun has set and a decision was not reached. I believe this relatio is to be declared undecided.
Dictator Lurko is correct, Legate. A decision has to be reached by sunset. And if not, the relatio will be undecided. But in light of the overwhelming and damning evidence against the dictator, I believe this relatio deserves a proper decision. We reconvene tomorrow at sunrise for the final decision. This shall give the dictator a fair chance to defend himself. One final time. This session is at an end.
Let's wait until everyone has left, so we can talk to Kikoro in private.
I admit, I was rooting for you. But you really did defend your case excellently. Tomorrow's hearing will be a formality. You've pretty much won.
What you're doing is unexpected, but admirable nevertheless. It seems you're not beyond redemption when it comes to the morality of your actions. However, I want to be certain that you understand the gravity of what you've done. You have murdered the Praetorian Guard of a sitting consul. There may yet be consequences.
I didn't murder them.
The Senate is made of men. It is as moral as the people who inhabit the building.
I think the risks themselves are irrelevant at this point. The Senate has been convinced of Lurko's guilt.
Despite his futile stalling, you've made it clear to everyone that Ortelius Lurko's war in Gallia was nothing but a power grab. Some of the senators do not possess the virtues required for the position. Immoral men are predictable, though. They tend to follow the winner.
It's best to refrain from mentioning these accusations unless we can prove them. Compared to the level of treason implied, the murder of 2 Romans seems trivial. Should he repeat his accusations of murder, it is my hope to use precisely this argument to shield you from them. What is left for him to do? All legal options are exhausted. His legion is disbanded. Even Wixie is finished. And after today, his support in the Senate is gone.
Yet he remains at large until tomorrow. His lack of options may just make him desperate. I agree. We must stay vigilant.
No, you don't
What
eat
do
this
you
stuff.
have there?
Food for the Legatus and his friends.
No.
Let me have a taste.
No, Cineros.
It's for the Domini only.
Don't you dare, Cineros.
My Dominus does not eat anything until I've tasted it.
Well, all right then.
Delicious.
That's odd. I haven't ordered any food to be brought here.
There is no eating in the Senate.
Oh, excuse me. I feel dizzy all of a sudden. There is an odd taste to this food.
Sit down if you feel unwell.
I can't breathe.
Cineros. Oh, come on. Alright, the voiceovers on this is disturbing. I mean, maybe realistic, but still disturbing.
Where did that sower go?
Stay with him. I'll get help.
Armed men have entered the forum.
We brought your weapons.
Old man. He's dead. Lurko.
Marlon. Grieve later, Bestia. They're here.
What's she doing? She's wearing a dress? I guess we all are. Well, I now have one less healer in the midst. And that stinks.
Alan, he's still alive. Make sure no one escapes.
Lure them closer. I'll shoot as soon as I see them.
No. I'm gonna move up to here. And then do that.
I'm covering this area.
just glancing. Alright, then disarm. Dodge. Shibby shibby. This is Act 4, so I mean, I can probably be pretty liberal about using all my stuff. And I can't get to him.
Hold this angle. Come on, know when to quit.
That was a good critical.
Nothing gets through my shield.
I don't have Cineros anymore, so I gotta be careful I don't
have time
kill
for this. Deal with them.
He's leaving. But the party was just getting started.
Don't worry, I'm here.
One left? Disappointing.
So that's the good thing. We got rid of his shield. Wait, even the senators are getting salty. Ooh, head. Came right off.
Corvinus, that honorless piece of shit! He got away.
And Skyewala has your sister. We'll need to get her out of that villa.
Meet us in the Regia when your family is safe. Our dear Pontifex, Maximus Aurelius Cotta, will be good to have on our side.
We have basically already won. This attack represents a clear legal victory.
Marcus, this is not the time.
Yeah, it's not the time, but still. Okay, so we got a mess going on here, and I can't remember who was doing what. So I was using his crown, and that armor. This is the one part I don't like about this game, is having to sort this part out again. Alright, we have a shield and sword. Although, I thought there was... That's the one I was looking at. That requires... That's a pretty cool sword. Although, actually this one's awesome too. You get that from the beginning of the game. And then, like I don't need this anymore. The Greek Fire is awesome. So we're gonna equip that. Alright, so then we have Bestia. That and that. I think that does that trick. Calida. Definitely that and that. We just have so much good stuff. I'm starting to think, you know, maybe that's why, okay, see how it does 20% damage dealt to another character. So that's why sometimes other characters take the hit. So we're going to put that on, and then for a helmet, she can wear that. I think she has the Frightened skill. So then the question becomes this one. And I do think, yeah, we're going to give her the sword instead of that axe. I was never a big fan of that axe. It did good damage though. So yes, we have this, which is good. That's a pretty interesting one. I definitely don't like that one. This one, it's okay. I prefer the one that hits 2 enemies at once. Yeah, I think I'm going to stick with what I got there. So the question is do I want the Pelem, or a banner, or even just a torch? And this belongs to our good buddy. Alright, that's everybody. And that really sucks about Cineros there. So I'm spoiling the game madly, but if you didn't go after the supplies and instead went after the galley, and then got Skyavola in trouble, your sister wouldn't be married to him, and she would have died with your mother. So the sister's actually still alive because we didn't choose the
Help us!
justice.
Fortuna sent you. Be swift, though. My sword arm is wounded.
Where is it? Oh, over here. So our priority is to take those 2 down. Kaiso can get to him, and then also get to him. I don't need her to go after him. Bestia will help her, and yeah, the archer will go this way. Let's do this. Do I have enough to hit? Nope. I do if I go this way. Just glancing. Come on. Do better. Right, that was awesome.
This is all too easy.
They're both gonna get hit on him. Okay, we can live with 9.
it slow and steady, people!
Okay, that was a little easy.
They came out of nowhere. How did they get past the guards? I injured my uncle. If it wasn't for Tiberius, I'd be dead. He selflessly threw himself in front of his own brother's brutes.
May I remind you she happens to be my wife as well. I was a fool to entrust my protection to my brother's men. He knows you won your case in the Senate, and for the first time in his life, he's terrified. He's going to kill all of you. He still believes he can consolidate his power if you're gone. Ever since you ruined our schemes in Greece, you and your friends are the only people he truly fears. And despite all he's done, you've always managed to survive and come out on top. This is his final chance to get rid of you for good. It wasn't something I did lightly. I know his crimes reflect upon me and my...
I'm glad you did it. Both of you. He would have come for us no matter what, I'm certain of that.
I really think you should get out of here.
Oh my goodness.
You humble me with your courage. I will keep her safe.
Enough chit-chat.
It never even crossed my mind to stab him, but yeah, they made that a thing. Kaiso is level 20. Wow. I have to confess, it is very satisfying the number of levels that you get in this game. I mean, being level 20 allowed us to go down 2 full trees. I mean, you know, we skipped a few. And then dabble even in a third. It's satisfying. Seek refuge at the Regia. I wasn't paying attention. What's the Regia? Alright, if that's not where I'm supposed to go, then where am... Oh, here we go. Well, there it is. Do we have to go back? I don't think we do.
You are alive. Forgive me. We've heard the unthinkable has happened, and Lorco tried to assassinate your family. I could not believe my ears when Cato told me about Lorco's betrayal. This shall not go unpunished. Truly? What an unexpected turn of events. I suppose there is good in everyone, except Lorco, I would venture.
We will need to come up with a very good reason for doing this.
I'd like to see him try.
What if he comes back for us? I don't believe anyone close to you is safe.
Your faith is inspiring.
We need to seize the initiative. Corvinus can't be too far away. As long as he's in the wind, we can't be safe.
Maybe, but it'll take some time, and we don't have much to spare.
I know where he is.
Maybe I can ask some of my friends in the Senate. Lurko must have allies, and perhaps some of them know a few things.
Highly unlikely. unlikely.
Bestia just said he knows where he is.
Chances are not even Lyurko knows where that man is.
I know where he is.
Thank you,
An
Bestia.
augury might reveal
They're just
his
ignoring
location.
him.
Will we set a chicken loose in the streets of Rome and hope that it guides us to him? Hardly.
I know where he is.
Even in... Oh, these guys. Whoever made this game, they just... A+, A+, A+.
All right. There's no need to yell.
He is at Campus Martius, hiding with a group of gladiators he has hired. We can go there and get him. These are men I have fought beside in the arena, who looked up to me once. I am certain he killed my Magister. I will make no promises.
That's right. Why do we need him alive? Just kill the guy. Okay, sorry. Here we go. Well, we've been here before. Corvinus is up there. This is so...
Erucius Corvinus. We're here. Come out.
The entire ensemble is here. I guess you're ready for the final act. I have to admit, I'm impressed. I did not expect you to be able to find this place. Pay no heed to his words. We work for the consul himself. Vitellius Lurko will ensure that no punishment of any kind will befall us.
You, Iberius, and you, Sisenna. You fought for us all those years ago when we took back the Legatus' villa.
That's right. You paid us almost double the going rate.
I spent a whole week entertaining
Yes,
myself.
he did.
With Rome's finest wine and least fine horse.
Yes, he did.
Will you join us now? For old time's sake?
I will.
I will as well. To Tartarus with this stingy son of a dog.
Excelente. Excelente. So that's Sisenna and Iberius. Okay, they're up front. So we got to get our heavies over here. Bestia needs to be close. I don't know if my archer can go up that ladder or not, but we'll swap. And yeah, I miss Cineros a lot. She can. Perfect. So
I'm covering this area.
we got oil barrels, so we need to get away from that stuff. We have pilums.
You must try harder.
Oh, that guy completely disappeared. he's in that smoke there, but
lure them closer. I'll shoot as soon as I see them.
that's going to be tough. I can't even get all the way up there. I can pick up a Pelum. Let's do it. Oh my gosh. What's that? Oil jars. Okay. Oh, I get to control these guys. I didn't even realize that.
I'm covering this area.
Critical. Ugh. I didn't even notice those guys down there. Another shield. Everything I did is getting deflected. One, two. He's almost dead, so we're gonna have him run away. She can bandage him.
Come on, you big sack of wheat.
And then... Yep, as good as done. Good as done. And I don't know why I don't see this archer up here. I mean, maybe it did move away. But I will take it down. First chance I get. that guy is still there somewhere.
Is not as bad as it looks.
And we're gonna make sure that archer doesn't get away. Unless it somehow crawled down this ladder. We got him pinned up here. There he is. He's not there anymore. I honestly don't know what to do now. We'll just stay together. At minimum, we can at least bandage each other. I don't want to go up the fire. Well, I wonder if that's Corvinus up here. Yeah, it is. How did he go through me? Jerk. Alright. I only got one last shot. There he is. What the heck? Where did he go now? Ah. There is one skill that spots an enemy, and I don't think I ever took it with her. It's under the sniper tree. I don't know where on earth this guy went. You know what? He's probably up here. Every time he does that disappearing thing, he ends up on one of these. Oh, there was a trap. Nope, he's not up here. Man.
Lure them closer. I'll shoot as soon as I see them.
Man, what a weird place for him to be.
Only one remains. This was easy.
There he is. Man. He's so far away. There's nothing I can do. And as soon as I try to damage him, he disappears. Yep, there he goes again. What on earth? So once again, I'm trying to find him, but this is where he went last time. So we'll try this. Maybe he goes back and forth. There he is. Can I get her in a position where she can hit him? I can. He dodges it. Shredding his armor is going to be at least good from that perspective. There he goes again. Oh, we might have him. Oh, he might have me. Alright, let's do it. Well, let's make sure I get a critical. And let's make sure we heal him.
Help me, and I shall help you when you are in need.
I have your back.
Let's disarm him. Well, he dodges that. He dodged that. Get him out of there. Target is in cover. Oh, come on. Did it again. Last time he was over here. Like these were the places that he disappears to. This time that wasn't the case. There he is. He disappeared again. Come on. It would have been nice if you would have shown up here. There he is, of course.
strength in unity.
You'll be fine.
I don't know what to do. This guy just keeps going everywhere. This is the most annoying battle.
I'll hold this angle. Lure them closer. I'll shoot as soon as I see them.
There he is. Oh, he hit the trap. He's down to 1 health. Is there any way I can pin this guy? Not really. Now where is he? Alright, I can get there. I'm gonna have to use... Wow.
I will skin your face and drink from your skull.
Yes.
A charming notion, but improbable. May I propose a different option?
There are no options. You will die now.
Or we can be sensible about this and keep him alive. He probably knows a lot about Lordco's plans. Besides, Corwinus is a capable and smart warrior. He'd be useful to us. Killing him will serve no purpose.
It will bring me great satisfaction.
Finally, we can stop watching our... You're coming with...
He just killed Cineros. I know she's my my wife and all, but there's a time and a place. Clippius, huh? I don't even know why I'm picking all this stuff up. It's not like I need it. That battle was definitely... It was tough because of his disappearing stuff. The next day. Aren't we supposed to go and do our Senate hearing if it's the next day? Man, this is such a long walk. There's our little trophy case. We have 4 replenishes. I can pay for those ones. Could have probably paid for the other 2 as well, but we gotta be near the end here, folks. Eberonis. That was the galleons. Interesting. That is cool. So one of these is you didn't give up your... There's a lot of romance ones, which I think you're gonna have to play it multiple times to get those ones. I don't know what I needed to do for that. Or that one.
Corvinus is inside. His attitude has become quite a bit more cooperative overnight. He will talk if he survives, meaning if we can restrain Bestia. We all have different ways of... I've sent him away. He's probably drowning his sorrows in wine now. She was supposed to be here. I don't know what she's doing. At once.
Everything is silent. Is not good. Silence is death. Death walks the earth. He tried to lick me. His tongue is, but not all his teeth. He is not worth saving. He is caught. He is evil. Does not matter if he fine.
Well, here we go again. You want to try your hand at torturing me as well? And if I don't want to answer? Then why am I alive? Ask then. Let's get this over with. I am loyal to my contract. Besides, all of his loyal guards are dead, thanks to you. If I have to choose between loyalty and death, I don't have to ponder my options for long. For too long. He hired me back when he assumed control of Weeksy. Of course not. Weeksy existed in one form or another for hundreds of years. Felix is only the latest of its commanders. I'm no fanatic, though. He merely hired me as a contingency. It's not just money. Lurko is a very intelligent man, and I respect that. He plans ahead, and he rarely leaves things to chance. It is the first serious misstep I have ever seen him make. You have got him powerfully rattled. That's why he will never face you in the Senate. That's why he sent me to assassinate you at last. Not out of any personal animosity. With Marcellus and his useless brutes gone, it was up to me to finish the job. You asked the right question. He still has many allies in high places. Why would he risk it, indeed? My job was simply to get rid of you. The consul obviously hoped you'd get yourself killed in Gallia. I guess this was his contingency plan. You of all people should know that warfare is about positioning. Once you can cover any possible move your foe might make, victory is a natural outcome. Merely by trying to win from such a position, your enemy defeats himself.
That's a little arrogant.
Anger won't serve you well again, frankly. None of this is any use to you. For all I know, me getting caught is part of Lurko's plan. So, hand me over to the authorities and let me face charges. Let's see. What do you have to offer? And I know you're good for it. Very well. You've got a deal.
I will find surgeon to take care of it. See you.
Alright, it's something. Bestia is probably going to end up leaving me. I probably should have killed him. I mean, what's the point? Walking, walking, walking. This video has gone long, but if I only have like a couple minutes left, I don't want to end the video and then and then like just record for 10 minutes and say, "Whoops, there it is."
Did he talk?
That is unfortunate.
What do we do now?
This is so unlike him. I wonder if the whole Corvinus business was a distraction. Distraction from what?
I thought they'd be with you. I haven't seen any of your companions since yesterday.
Come to think of it, Kato wanted to meet us here too. But he's late. He should be here any moment now. Don't worry.
There he is.
Your Praetorian Guard is captured in front of the Senate. We must hurry. It seems he has them arrested for a number of crimes.
He is still dictator.
I fear there is nothing we can do to stop him with it. I'll come with you to witness.
Keep him occupied until I can bring help. Don't antagonize him.
I will come with you.
Do I have to leave again?
Traitor to the Republic! Murderer of Romans! Enemy of the people! I have had your co-conspirators arrested, and they are patiently waiting for their moment of execution. But my own patience is wearing thin. I know villains like you do not have a sense of honor or virtue. Nevertheless, I know you were at least born Roman. If you have a speck of honor left, confess and surrender.
Consul, what are you doing? You can't publicly execute people without trial. Our laws forbid such despotism.
As dictator, prescription is well within my rights. The people of Rome saw fit to grant me that power. Who are you to question the wisdom of the people? As long as Rome remains in crisis, I shall remain dictator. Your traitor friends are rightfully apprehended. If you want them, you'll have to go through me. It clearly isn't. You are still alive, aren't you? The Gauls were going to attack Rome eventually. I just made sure their attack took place on our terms. So what? A few granaries were burnt down and some people died. We have lost hundredfold more
I just
lives
got him to
in
confess.
countless wars, and no objections were raised. Just like our courageous legionari, their deaths served the Republic. Unless your intention is to bore me to death, I would like to start executing these criminals.
This is bullshit. Those people are heroes. They've done nothing wrong. Let them go.
You have lost your control, Lurko. Look at the faces of these people, your fellow citizens. They're afraid.
Only criminals and traitors should be afraid of me.
They're afraid of what you have turned the Republic into. That fear will turn into anger the moment anyone decides to stand up and protect the Republic.
You're a good tactician. Consider your position now. Your prisoners are the only advantage you possess. But they're only valuable while they're still alive. The Legatus can wait until you turn yourself into a murderer.
Or we can simply kill you and save them all. Then you will have achieved nothing here.
You wouldn't do that. You're men of law and order.
Do not let us take your vengeance away. Let us die in honor.
Believe me, I don't want to die. But I also don't want to see you dead.
Don't let him kill us like this. Whatever comes next, we will stand by your side. We will...
Don't do it, my friend. If you strike him down now, you'll give him legitimate cause to kill you. We are not worth that sacrifice. It's not for nothing. It's for
Enough!
everything.
Make your decision.
I'm not sacrificing them.
What are you doing? You're giving up the high ground. This is what he wants. You'll be no better than him.
Don't listen to Kikero. The lives of your friends are worth more than your...
Save yourselves!
I don't know how you have all your friends die. That's not high ground.
Cut us loose. Come on. You need our help.
How do I get up there? I guess I have to bust this. Okay, so how do I cut him loose? Oh, so this guy's gonna fight for us? I didn't really do much.
You've sealed your own fate. Your brazen attack has all but guaranteed...
If anyone moves, they get an arrow. You have no control. Look around you, you madman. Look at the chaos you've caused. I'm I'm ready to loose as soon as I see them.
I got all the people helping me here. This is sort of like marching into Rome with all your swords and stuff. I'm not letting my people die. I think that's an achievement too, by the way. Sacrifice your friends. I mean, what's Rome if you lose all your people?
They killed him. Get the lictors. Save yourselves.
Uh-oh. That's actually quite good. These people know what they're doing.
Don't let these lipstick bastards kill us.
Well, he healed everybody but himself. So how do I free this guy? Okay, I just had to move there.
Leave some for me, sister.
You made a big mistake, friends.
Let's see how you handle us when we are free and armed.
Where's his weapon? She has her weapon. Where's his? He has his weapon too. She doesn't have hers. Interesting.
You did exactly what I anticipated, Legate. This is perfect.
I highly doubt that. This angry mob seems to be quite a lot more than you bargained for, Lurko.
Oh, he went down.
Cock. I can get through over here. Hold on.
They killed him. Save yourselves! Killed him!
She gonna throw fire on him too? Nope. Oh, come on. They're just running up and down the ladder. It just makes it so much longer.
I need help with this wound.
Alright, so we got... There we go.
Drop your weapon, citizen. Step away from the consul. It pains me to say this, but you'll have to come with us.
Do as the Praetor says. There's not much I can do at this point.
Why did you do this? Everything we've ever done, was it all for nothing?
It's a selfless act, Kaiser. The final sacrifice of the finest commander Rome has ever known.
Your sacrifice will not...
Let's go.
That's a weird sense of justice.
You look miserable.
Oh, no, that's not a nice thing to say.
You don't smell like you've had a bath in a while.
I had a chat with Kato. He says not even Kikero can save you. Why did you do it? We were ready to die for you. Thank you.
I see no reason why we have to leave you in there. You may be waiting to be exiled, but they will never let you live. So, do you want to get out of here? You can go to Egypt. Surely Cleopatra will protect you.
Oh, what a choice.
Oh, my love. You think I will leave you alone with that woman?
You know I'd come with you in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for my family. This hero's adventuring days are over.
My place is by your side.
I will come with you. I was planning to leave Rome already. And wherever we go from here, I will be happy for your company.
I wish I could save it. I'm going to take the noble path.
You've done nothing wrong.
Enough, Kaiso. He made his...
Wale, my friend.
You did well. You did, thank you. For sure.
The spirits will remember you. The winds will sing your name in their songs.
The sacrifice of the savior of Rome has long since passed into legend. The historian's task is often to distill true events from the myths that are shared among people. But in this case,
I got an achievement for it.
It proves nearly impossible to do so. It is said that the execution of Rome's savior led to 12 days of sorrow among its people. His corpse was taken from the temple by a mob stricken mad with grief and burned in the forum on a pyre built from the stolen furniture of every building on the Capitolium. Senators, eager to curry populist favor, declared his day of death to be a public holiday. Many built shrines of worship and reverence to their sacrificed hero. Whether these accounts are untrue or perhaps exaggerated, one thing is beyond doubt. Though he had given his life to do so, he had saved the Republic from the brink of tyranny and the temptation of empire. It is thanks to his noble sacrifice that our democracy has only grown stronger and that our Republic endures to this day.
Just think if you...
Cynaros, Once he had been an athlete, a wrestler, and a troublemaker. But in our story, he was a servus, a protector, and a mentor. He had died diligently performing the task to which he had devoted himself, protecting his ward. Cineros was given a tomb in Rome's finest cemetery, next to his old dominus, whose death had incited this story. Though his death had been unexpected, he met his end with dignity and resolve. He had received forgiveness and, after a fashion, vindication for the mistakes of his youth. He was missed by all those who knew him. Caeso left Rome with Lucia and their daughter. They traveled to Africa, as Caeso remembered the warm nights and the lush Nile Delta fondly. Here they found a place to settle and made a peaceful home for their family. Though their relationship was distant at first, their devotion to their child drew them together, and their affection for each other grew stronger through the years. To his surprise, Caeso took well to fatherhood, and soon he and Lucia had many more children. Devastated by the loss of her beloved, Callida left Rome in grief. She felt haunted by her past misdeeds, cursed to never find love and happiness again. She traveled north into Gallia, where she settled into a new life of hunting and forestry. In time, she did become happy there. She even found a new man to love, one who treated her well, who loved her for who she was, and who would never sacrifice what they had together for politics or ideals. After the death of his friend, Bestia returned to the arena once more, but he was no longer a gladiator. His new vocation was to teach Pancration, inspired by the example of his Magister Cineros. He applied himself to this new calling with every bit of the vigor and determination that had made him a champion before. As soon as things had quieted down, Bestia traveled to Africa once more to look for his sister. He did find her and bring her home, and she lived happily there for the rest of her life. With nothing left to keep her in Rome, Deianira returned to her homelands in Scythia, where she reconnected with her family. Far from condemning her for her sister's death as she had feared, they were all overjoyed to have at least one of their daughters back. In time, Deianira built a new family in Scythia and became a revered matriarch of her tribe. She never left them again. Vitellius Scaevola left Roman politics and moved to Upper Latium with his wife Liviana, where they raised their children together in peace. Cato remained an important figure in Roman politics, grudgingly respected even by those among the population who desired change. He remained a defender of the patrician class, a shield against the pandering and opportunism of more populist voices. He himself was elected consul twice throughout his life, and his years in the position were generally favorably regarded. Cicero served one more year as consul before his retirement. In his old days, he lived a quiet life on a farm in Sicily, where he was greatly beloved by the people for his time as quaestor. He continued to write many books on politics and law. With Mithridates dead and his sons lacking his ability to rule, Pontus was soon annexed by Rome. The region never again rose to prominence. With Theophilus in charge of Musia, the city-state remained a strong part of the Roman province of Asia Minor. Under his religious guidance, its temples grew wealthy, and it contributed many disciplined soldiers to the legions of Rome. Without the leadership of Damianos, the rebellion of his gladiators soon spiraled out of control, beginning what became known as the Servile War. Escaped slaves terrorized the Roman citizens throughout Thracia until the wealthy senator Crassus brutally defeated them and crucified thousands along the road towards Rome. Lunia's death sent Nazarmanes spiraling into a fractious conflict as greedy elders from minor tribes attempted to fill the void her passing had left behind. Though Queen Cleopatra attempted to bring the region under control, her attentions were too divided, the conflict too great for her to manage. Rome was forced to send more legions to enforce peace and stability with an iron fist. Though Africa Proconsularis eventually saw peace again, the traditions and culture of the Berber population were lost forever. Queen Cleopatra Philopator was, from the day of her coronation, a greatly beloved Queen of Egypt. Revered and admired by the population, she spent many of her days traveling up and down the Nile to visit her subjects and address their troubles and concerns. Under her rule, Egypt remained a powerful and prosperous nation and a strong ally of Rome. The fruits of the Nile flowed freely to the people of the Republic. After traveling all across Africa for many years, going wherever her instincts took her, Raya eventually returned to Memphis and to the service of Tener at the Temple of Ubasti. When her mentor passed away, Raya naturally assumed the mantle as High Priestess of the Cat Goddess. Though the old faith was dwindling, she was greatly beloved by many, and her temple prospered, always home to many, many, many cats. With Diwytirchus once more assuming rulership of the Aedui, the tribe maintained a strong alliance with Rome, and through it, they greatly prospered. With the aid of the Aedui, Gallia slowly unified under Roman rule, and civilization soon began to creep into those lands in the form of paved roads, aqueducts, and fortified Roman towns. In his old age, did the Druid ever regret hastening the absorption and suppression of his own faith and culture? We will never know. The defeat and death of Vercingetorix had reduced the once mighty Awerni tribe to a myriad bickering chieftains. Without his vision, his charisma, and his resolve, there was no unifying figure to rally around, and no way for Gallia to resist their slow but inevitable assimilation into Rome. Perhaps if Vercingetorix had lived, some of their culture or religion might have survived in some form. But surely they must be grateful that civilization at last was brought to their lands. In this work, I have done my best to recount the history of this fascinating period, truthfully and accurately. As I have scoured the sources and spoken to many who claimed to have heard the story from someone who was there at the time, one thing that has stood out to me is the pivotal moments along the way where our story could have turned out very differently. If the savior of Rome had fled into exile, would the absence of such a shining example of duty and sacrifice have left the Senate door open for another aspiring despot to take the throne? Or, if Vitellius Lurco had not been struck down on that stage, would the death of an innocent hero of Rome have served as an equally strong example to the citizens and senators? Most intriguingly of all, if the Legion had crossed the Rubicon on that fateful day, might Rome now be no longer a republic, but an empire? One should always take care when second-guessing historical figures with the benefit of hindsight. Here in the present, there will never truly be a way for you to know how you might have acted if you had lived in the past. Nor can you ever be certain how history will remember you.
That's fascinating, and it's funny because every question that he brought up is exactly what's going through my head. So, very cool. All of you people that are listed here, you guys did an amazing job with this game. It's, you know, there's certain games that when you play them, you're like, wow. One of them is The Witcher. Especially Witcher 1 and 2. For whatever reason, I can't get into 3 as much. I know people like that one more, but 1 and 2 was so good. And then the other one was Dragon Age 1 and 2. I haven't been playing the Dragon Age games since. I know there's been a lot of spin-off stuff. But man, those were amazing games. And this isn't quite at that level, but in terms of the comedy and making me laugh and always staying fresh, this was good. This was very good. I very much enjoyed this. I'm hitting the escape key. So, at this point, I should be ending the video. However, Let's second guess our history.
Drop your weapon, citizen. Step up.
Why did you do this? Everything.
It's a selfless act, Kaiser. If you...
Let's go.
You look miserable. Liar.
I had a chat with Kato. He says not
It was very satisfying.
I wish I had done it myself.
I see no reason why. So, do you want to get out? You can go to Egypt. Oh my...
You know what?
My place.
I will come with you.
I was hoping.
Let's do it.
All right. Let's start
I'm flying through it, folks.
The
I just
story
want to...
of the selfless savior of Rome has long since passed into legend. It is easy, these centuries later, to forget that in his time he was regarded as a criminal and forced to flee Rome with his friends to escape execution. We are more familiar with his legacy, the towering example of loyalty and righteousness that he came to represent in the years following his exile. He was a servant of Rome, who rose time and time again to defend the Republic in war and in politics. It was only at the very end, when the lives of his closest friends were threatened, that he turned his back on law and tradition. The example he set for his fellow Romans has endured to this day. It is said that he sought refuge in Egypt, where he was granted a palatial estate overlooking the lush banks of the Nile. Though he was no longer welcome in the Republic he had saved, he was still held in high esteem by many in Rome. And through his connections in the Senate and the trust Queen Cleopatra held in him, he maintained a great degree of influence in Rome as well as Egypt. Thanks to him, the already close ties between the two nations were further strengthened. Cinyros. Once he had been an athlete, a wrestler, and a troublemaker.
I'm assuming the rest of this is the
But
same.
in our story, he was a Servus, a protector, and a mentor. He had died diligently performing the task to which he had devoted himself, protecting his ward. Cinyros was given a tomb in Rome's finest cemetery, next to his old Dominus, whose death had incited this story. Though his death had been unexpected, he met his end with dignity and resolve. He had received forgiveness and, after a fashion, vindication for the mistakes of his youth. He was missed by all those who knew him. When his friends left Rome, Caeso stayed behind in the city to settle down with Lucia and their daughter. Though their relationship was distant at first, the shared love they felt for their daughter soon brought them close, and eventually they had more children together. To his surprise, Caeso took well to the quiet life and to fatherhood, and on the few occasions when he did feel that old lust for adventure bubble back to the surface, he would leave Rome for a time and visit his friends in exile, who were always glad to see him. Even though it began in exile, Callida's second marriage turned out considerably better than her first. She followed her new husband to Egypt, where she valiantly fended off Cleopatra's advances on him. She did not take quickly to the opulent luxury of the royal palace, but eventually she did get used to it. Callida was happy to find that it was possible to be a wife and a mother without giving up the things she loved. She taught their children archery and horseback riding, and nobody ever again looked down on her for her unwomanly pursuits. Bestia returned to Africa to look for his sister again. Eventually, he did find her, and together they returned to Mauritania, where they settled down in an idyllic village and started new families of their own. In this new, quiet life, Bestia learned the true value of happiness. Deianira followed her friend into exile. Rome had never quite lived up to her expectations, and she was glad to leave it behind. Eventually, she returned to her homelands of Scythia, where she reconnected with her family, but she always remained in contact with her friends, visiting frequently with new stories and exotic spices from distant lands. Vitellius Scaevola left Roman politics and moved to Upper Latium with his wife Liviana, where they raised their children together in peace. Cato remained an important figure in Roman politics, grudgingly respected even by those among the population who desired change. He remained a defender of the patrician class a shield against the pandering and opportunism of more populist voices. He himself was elected consul twice throughout his life, and his years in the position were generally favorably regarded. Cicero served one more year as consul before his retirement. In his old days, he lived a quiet life on a farm in Sicily, where he was greatly beloved by the people for his time as quaestor. He continued to write many books on politics and law. With Mithridates dead and his sons lacking his ability to rule, Pontus was soon annexed by Rome.
This should all be the same.
Never again rose to prominence. With Theophilus in charge of Musia, the city-state remained a strong part of the Roman province of Asia Minor. Under his religious
There's
guidance,
nothing I can do to
its
fast
temples
forward
grew
this.
wealthy, and it contributed many disciplined soldiers to the legions of Rome. Without the leadership of Damianos, the rebellion of his gladiators soon spiraled out of control, beginning what became known as the Servile War. Escaped slaves terrorized the Roman citizens throughout Thracia until the wealthy senator Crassus brutally defeated them and crucified thousands along the road towards Rome. Lunia's death sent Nazarmanes spiraling into a fractious conflict as greedy elders from minor tribes attempted to fill the void her passing had left behind. Though Queen Cleopatra attempted to bring the region under control, her attentions were too divided, the conflict too great for her to manage. Rome was forced to send more legions to enforce peace and stability with an iron fist. Though Africa Proconsularis eventually saw peace again, the traditions and culture of the Berber population were lost forever. Queen Cleopatra Philopator was, from the day of her coronation, a greatly beloved Queen of Egypt. Revered and admired by the population, she spent many of her days traveling up and down the Nile to visit her subjects and address their troubles and concerns. Under her rule, Egypt remained a powerful and prosperous nation and a strong ally of Rome. The fruits of the Nile flowed freely to the people of the Republic. After traveling all across Africa for many years, going wherever her instincts took her, Raya eventually returned to Memphis and to the service of Tener.
I really wish I could fast forward this part.
When her mentor passed away, Raya naturally assumed the mantle as High Priestess of the Cat Goddess. Though the old faith was dwindling, she was greatly beloved by many, and her temple prospered, always home to many, many, many cats. With Diwytirchus once more assuming rulership of the Aedui, the tribe maintained a strong alliance with Rome, and through it, they greatly prospered. With the aid of the Aedui, Gallia slowly unified under Roman rule, and civilization soon began to creep into those lands in the form of paved roads, aqueducts, and fortified Roman towns. In his old age, did the Druid ever regret hastening the absorption and suppression of his own faith and culture? We will never know. The defeat and death of Vercingetorix had reduced the once mighty Awerni tribe to a myriad bickering chieftains. Without his vision, his charisma, and his resolve, there was no unifying figure to rally around, and no way for Gallia to resist their slow but inevitable assimilation into Rome. Perhaps if Vercingetorix had lived, some of their culture or religion might have survived in some form.
Yeah, I get the
But
hint.
surely they
They're
must
very
be
subtle.
grateful that civilization at last was brought to their lands. In this work, I have done my best to recount the history of this fascinating period, truthfully and accurately. As I have scoured the sources and spoken to many who claimed to have heard the story from someone who was there at the time, one thing that has stood out to me is the pivotal moments along the way where our story could have turned out very differently. Might the legatus and his friends have remained in Rome to influence its politics in the years to come? Perhaps if they had chosen to lead the legion across the Rubicon and lay siege to Rome itself. I believe if such a thing had been done, Rome might no longer be a republic, but rather an empire. One should always take care when second-guessing historical figures with the benefit of hindsight. Here in the present, there will never truly be a way for you to know how you might have acted if you had lived in the past. Nor can you ever be certain how history will remember you.
What I don't get is, if he tried to get you assassinated, how does he still have power to kill your friends or yourself or anything, that you even need to remotely respect that? Okay, so I think that's when the battle started. I know, one last thing, right? If you made it this far, for however many hours, I'm sure you want to see this last part. I mean, I don't know if I want to go back to taking the Legion across the river, because that tells me I got a lot more I would need to do.
Traitor to the I know as dictator, prescription is well within my rights. The people of Rome saw fit to grant me. As long as Rome remains in crisis, I shall remain dictator. It is merely a prescription, no different from Sulla's purge. These are all The Gauls were going to attack Rome eventually. I just made sure their attack took place on our terms. So what? Just like, unless you... This is all they've done.
You have lost your control.
Only criminal...
They're afraid of what you have...
You're a Gaul. You wouldn't do that. You're men of law and order.
Victory is fleeting.
He can't kill us. I look forward.
I've shed blood in the name of Rome since the day I was born, and today shall be no different. Let him execute us, if that's what it takes to save the Republic. You shall take care of them.
Enough! Make your decision.
Get it over with.
I can't let you do that. He loves you. Your death. Take me instead, Lurko.
Don't do it!
I decide what is just. Execute him.
Ooh.
You piece of shit, Lurko!
A traitor to the Republic has been brought to justice. I truly wonder what you will do now. Witnesses? Who's going to hold me responsible?
This is sick! What's next? Will you have Pompey?
Calm yourselves! People of Rome, I am your...
Sport! Get him!
Get me out of here!
You're on your own, Consul. Webius Vitellius Lurko, you're not going any...
You can't do this. You don't have the authority. Don't you dare!
That is a style of rhetoric I can...
We won. My friend.
And we lost Kaiso. Now we're going through this again. But, you know, maybe it changed a bit.
I should go home now. You do look better today.
Such things are natural. You've been tested physically and mentally. Furthermore, that much is certain. Your
small consolation to Kaizo's family.
A meaningful death is more than...
Lurko will certainly be exiled, or even executed. The Senate doesn't have a high opinion of traitors. Obviously, I know.
If you will forgive me for bringing this up, I believe this will be good for your political career. You should measure yourself against the... As far as the Senate is concerned, you are a tragic regardless of what happens to Lurko.
Cato is right. Both the Optimates and the Populares already support you. If you run for Senate, the election will result in a landslide win.
Okay, I know this is yet again another split. You know, what happens if I choose this? What happens if I choose that? Yeah, I'm done with the splits.
You did save them. Those who... This chapter ends and another chapter begins. Fortuna.
So ends the abridged history
Alright, so
of one of the most beloved consuls of the Republic of Rome. It is thanks to him and his efforts to thwart the corruption and ambition of Vitellius Lurco that Rome remains a proud republic to this day. With his allies in the Senate, he worked tirelessly to address the problems that had plagued the Republic since its birth. Though many among the people of Rome lamented what they saw as a lost opportunity to challenge the status quo, the strengthening of democracy greatly improved life throughout the provinces of Rome. In time, the savior of the Republic took his well-deserved place in history among such heroes as Cincinnatus or Scipio Africanus. Cinyros. Once he had been an athlete, a wrestler, and a troublemaker. But in our story, he was a servus, a protector, and a mentor. He had died diligently performing the task to which he had devoted himself, protecting his ward. Cinyros was given a tomb in Rome's finest cemetery, next to his old dominus, whose death had incited this story. Though his death had been unexpected, he met his end with dignity and resolve. He had received forgiveness and, after a fashion, vindication for the mistakes of his youth. He was missed by all those who knew him. Caeso had always known that his would be a bloody, violent end, but he could not have foreseen the singular importance his death would play in saving the Republic he had always served. Never has a common soldier been named as a hero of the Republic, and have that honor ring quite so true. His funeral was attended by hundreds of men who had served beneath or beside him, most of whom, in one way or another, owed him their lives. Perhaps all this was small consolation to his daughter, who had to grow up without a father. But at least she and her mother were well cared for by all the people who were proud to have called Caeso Quinctius Aquilinus their friend. Callida's second marriage turned out considerably better than her first. With her beloved husband committed to letting her live her best life, she was happy to settle down by his side, supporting him in his endeavors as he supported her. Callida was happy to find that it was possible to be a wife and a mother without giving up the things she loved.
You know, I think it is possible
She
to
taught
let
their
your
children
companions
archery
die.
and horseback riding,
I mean, we always
and nobody
kept them
ever
alive
again
throughout the
looked
game.
down on her for her
But I
unwomanly
think you can let them die. I wonder how the story would work.
Bestia stayed in Rome and remained close friends with his old companions, going out of his way to stay in touch with them all, no matter the distance that separated them. He returned to the arena, but no longer as a gladiator. His new vocation was to teach Pancration, inspired by the story of his old magister Cinyros. Though it brought him little wealth, there is no doubt it made him happy. As soon as things had quieted down, Bestia traveled
It's
to
gonna
Africa once
get into
more
the part
to
where
look
it's
for his
not going to be
sister.
any different.
He did find her and bring her home, and she lived happily there for the rest of her life. Once everything had settled down, Deianira returned to her homelands in Scherthia, where she reconnected with her family. She brought some of them with her back to Rome, where they settled into a life of luxury. Though they would never feel quite at home in the city, they found that it was much easier to be outsiders together than alone. Deianira always remained loyal to her friends. Vitellius Scaevola left Roman politics and moved to Upper Latium with his wife Liviana, where they raised their children together in peace. Cato remained an important figure in Roman politics, grudgingly respected even by those among the population who desired change. He remained a defender of the patrician class, a shield against the pandering and opportunism of more populist voices. He himself was elected consul twice throughout his life, and his years in the position were generally favorably regarded. Cicero served one more year as consul before his retirement. In his old days, he lived a quiet life on a farm in Sicily, where he was greatly beloved by the people for his time as quaestor. He continued to write many books on politics and law. With Mithridates dead and his sons lacking his ability to rule, Pontus was soon annexed by Rome. The region never again rose to prominence. With Theophilus in charge of Musia, the city-state remained a strong part of the Roman province of Asia Minor. Under his religious guidance, its temples grew wealthy, and it contributed many disciplined soldiers to the legions of Rome. Without the leadership of Damianos, the rebellion of his gladiators soon spiraled out of control, beginning what became known as the Servile War. Escaped slaves terrorized the Roman citizens throughout Thracia until the wealthy senator Crassus brutally defeated them and crucified thousands along the road.
Some of this stuff, you'd have to replay the entire game.
Nunia's death sent Nazarmanes spiraling into a fractious conflict as greedy elders from minor tribes attempted to fill the void her passing had left behind. Though Queen Cleopatra attempted to bring the region under control, her attentions were too divided, the conflict too great for her to manage. Rome was forced to send more legions to enforce peace and stability with an iron fist. Though Africa Proconsularis eventually saw peace again, the traditions and culture of the Berber population were lost forever. Queen Cleopatra Philopator was,
this is all
on the day of
the
her
same.
coronation, a greatly beloved
I wish there was a way to...
Revered and admired by the population, she spent many of her days traveling up and down the Nile to visit her subjects and address their troubles and concerns. Under her rule, Egypt remained a powerful and prosperous nation and a strong ally of Rome. The fruits of the Nile flowed freely to the people of the Republic. After traveling all across Africa for many years, going wherever her instincts took her, Raya eventually returned to Memphis and to the service of Tener at the Temple of Ubasti. When her mentor passed away, Raya naturally assumed the mantle as High Priestess of the Cat Goddess. Though the old faith was dwindling, she was greatly beloved by many, and her temple prospered, always home to many, many, many cats. With Diwytirchus once more assuming rulership of the Aedui, the tribe maintained a strong alliance with Rome, and through it, they greatly prospered. With the aid of the Aedui, Gallia slowly unified under Roman rule, and civilization soon began to creep into those lands in the form of paved roads, aqueducts, and fortified Roman towns. In his old age, did the Druid ever regret hastening the absorption and suppression of his own faith and culture? We will never know. The defeat and death of Vercingetorix had reduced the once mighty Awerni tribe to a myriad bickering chieftains. Without his vision, his charisma, and his resolve, there was no unifying figure to rally around, and no way for Gallia to resist their slow but inevitable assimilation into Rome. Perhaps if Vercingetorix had lived, some of their culture or religion might have survived in some form. But surely they must be grateful that civilization at last was brought to their lands. In this work, I have done my best to recount the history of this fascinating period, truthfully and accurately. As I have scoured the sources and spoken to many who claimed to have heard the story from someone who was there at the time, one thing that has stood out to me is the pivotal moments along the way where our story could have turned out very differently. In his darkest moods, the savior of Rome must have wondered if there was anything he could have done differently to save his friends. Perhaps if he had struck down Vitellius Lurco on that stage, or if he had gone so far as to bring his legion across the Rubicon, none of his companions would have had to die. But for those of us left to live in a peaceful and strong republic, what transpired seems like the best possible outcome. Our republic was saved, and the villain, Vitellius Lurco, was brought to justice. One should always take care when second-guessing historical figures with the benefit of hindsight. Here in the present, there will never truly be a way for you to know how you might have acted if you had lived in the past. Nor can you ever be certain how history will remember you.
Okay, I think that covers as many things as I'm going to be able to cover. Great series. I really enjoyed this. There were a few spots where I felt like I was grinding and wanted it to move quicker, but yeah, very well done. Thanks for watching. As always, stay awesome.